All right, I think we're doing it. Let's wait until this, there we go, comes on here. Flip to the cam real quick. So, is this muted? Yeah, okay. So, it's been about 3 months since I've streamed. I don't know if I actually want to, but like, sort of like if anything ever happens to me, anybody cares to figure out what was going on in my life. It's not much. Same old story, and let me try and make it quick. So, been working on my web framework for 10 years or so, and there's no words to describe the process. It's like why I was doing this, what I aimed to do, the alternative solutions or paths I could have taken, and all the things of life that kind of contributed to it, such as me becoming a stay at home dad and working on my framework and my free time. And I've had a lot of free time. I've had so much free time to finish it. And the fact that I haven't finished it is like, well, number one, it's a work in progress, so it's never really done. And choosing what to work on next and trying to solve those problems from, it's basically a lot of the stuff is routing, URLs, file system paths. Like the essence of web development is just how do you get the page into the browser and what do your URLs look like and where do the links go when you click them. That's the whole user experience, but like you got to think through where everything goes and how it all works. And there's a lot of decisions, and sometimes I'm better at making decisions than others. Lately, my brain power has been pretty weak, and I take these cannabis gummies to elevate myself. I took a 10 milligram. You need to change resolution. The current resolution is, it wants me to downgrade my resolution. Open widget, it says. All right, I'll open the widget. Yeah, I mean, just having a button up here that like links to something down there is like, it's not impossible to set up, but like just the complexity of these user interfaces is crazy. Crazy, crazy. I would like to make my own. It's like a full screen layout where everything snaps to the size of the giant monitor here, which obviously stretches it out too much. I've been working on some stuff, but it's just really slow going. And here's my little flight thing. This is no longer working because I changed the pattern. I'm no longer using an index.html. No, I should be. Did I fuck up my server? I changed the server to use a different. It should be statically serving everything in this folder, which should find the index.html. It must be, because it's doing its thing. Why is this? Oh. No? Okay. Let's refresh this. Can I filter out the warnings? Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is kind of a problem I need to fix. It's trying to load this thing, but it shouldn't actually matter. I think it's this one. Is this bombing it out? Why isn't it drawing my user interface? God damn it. I think it's this one right here that's the... Excuse me? No, it's this one right here. We threw an error in here and I also added some stuff. I'm not going to deal with this right now. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and a lot of them are like little slow things that take way too much time to figure out. My plane used to fly actually. If I just go to lu42.com/fly, it should still work here. Boom. Hit F11 to go full screen and grab the joystick here with my mouse. I'm clicking down to like simulate a mobile touchscreen. This actually works on a phone. You can go to lu42.com and fly it. I think it's pretty sweet actually, especially because you can hit spacebar and zoom ahead. Now on mobile, it just automatically zooms every time you touch the joystick, and so it's kind of like it'll slow down when you let go, and then when you touch the thing again, it zooms in, which is probably not what you want. So like, you can maneuver better when you're going slow. You can make sharper turns. If you try and do the same turn while holding spacebar, the radius of the turn just increases. So like, anyway, it's better to slow down to turn and then zoom forward. Problem is on mobile you can't do that right now. Anyway, so yeah, it's a little, I don't know if creating a dead zone in the middle or just, you know, easier to hit that there's no feedback. Like on a real joystick, I think it gives a little springy feedback, or there's some sensation that lets you know you're in the middle, so it's pretty easy to return to center or like make maneuvers and easily come back to it. With this one, it's like if you're watching the screen, you're not really watching the center of the joystick, and getting this right back to the center is a little bit iffy. So I could create like a dead zone in here where it's just anywhere in this area is perfectly still, but then you can't make these little fine adjustments if you're trying to like aim towards something. I've thought about making like rings or gates or tunnels or whatever to fly through, which could be kind of crazy, because when you lose control of the plane, it's no fun. It's like, you know, if you're trying to fly through buildings and you keep crashing, you're not going to want to play the game anymore. So I got to figure all that shit out. And I don't know, maybe I should spend more time working on the game, because it's probably more fun and exciting and maybe even simpler. F11, there we go. A shorter path to success. Not a bad idea, but it's also a huge can of worms that, like, getting this part working wasn't super terrible, but the whole 3JS system that's running this is a complex beast that I'm not super familiar with. So I don't know, it probably wouldn't be hard to just upgrade the graphics or the environment, add in some different ships, add in some user interface stuff to like go forward and backward between menus. Try to make it like an interplanetary game where you can go to outer space and fly to other planets, but maybe you need a better ship. Probably need a different propulsion system. Alright, well, what was the problem? Something about video resolution. I don't think that matters that much, but I was trying to say something. But that's what got me sidetracked. Yeah, I got a little sidetracked there, didn't I? That's what happens with the marijuana, cannabis edibles. Turn my brain up a few notches. Well, in some ways, it's a lot of noise, and so it's kind of like it's hard to focus. But sometimes it helps me think. For a short term, anyway. They haven't been really working as well. I mean, they work. They always work. But it's like, it's less of a positive experience and more of a, this is definitely helping a little bit, at least for a little while, but it's probably mostly a bad thing in the long run. The problem is if I don't do it, I'm pretty just useless. And usually after a fair amount of like resetting myself to like what real life is like without the gummies, and What's going on here? The live stream is still showing. Oh, did I click back on that? This wasn't live. There we go, now it's live. Alright, holy shite. Can you see what I'm seeing? I've minimized OBS, so I don't even know. Yeah, you're seeing what I'm looking at. Okay, let's go back to me. Now I kind of have the stream feed in the background, and it wasn't showing what I was sending, and so I realized that the player had just backed up in time, and so now it's showing me. So anyway, spent so much time farting around with streaming stuff, like microphones and OBS and webcams and YouTube or Twitch, or getting music that you can stream without getting copyright strikes. They're literally just trying to slow us down. Like they've built this entire system, these fucking aliens that, they're us from the future, but they're jerks and they don't want us to succeed or something. This oh yeah, look at that. Look at that greasy hair. Why is this so hard? It's because it's backwards. This is not a mirror. This is the transform, flip horizontal. There we go. This is the mirrored version. So I give myself a high five, and if my mirrored image makes a high five with me, then I know it's a fake image. It's a mirror. But that's what we're used to, and that's why I couldn't figure out which way to fix my hair. Alright, so what the fuck? Why is this not working? I'm so confused. Man. It's not working. What is going on with my hair? This doesn't look like a mirror. Why is my brain telling me this is not a mirror? Or maybe it's too small. It's shrunk down. I could maximize it. There we go. That helps a little bit. But I'm really not sure why my hair is not going inside my hat. I keep getting these little danglies. I've never had this problem before. Seriously, never had this problem before. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, life is weird like that. Super intelligent aliens that have rigged this thing? No. I mean, maybe, but life is hard by, just the nature of complex things. And I wasn't really going to stream today. In fact, now that I'm thinking about like my state of mind and my state of my fucking hair, it won't disappear. Probably shouldn't have. I haven't taken a shower yet today, that's for damn sure. Well, sat down to work on my code stuff. I've been kind of kicking around this whole directory thing. It's like the directory and loading the files and getting them displayed in the navigation so that you can click through them quickly. So that you can start creating little script thingies that render something and then have a bunch of them and organize them. And that's hard to do. Like, even if I had the perfect tool, which I'm not actually sure exactly which buttons go where in terms of like the fastest way to create things and navigate through the tree of things, like going up levels and down levels and expanding and collapsing or putting things side by side. I mean, there's a lot of like edge cases where you're not always trying to do the same thing. Depending on what you're trying to do, you want to configure the user interface so that you can see and do what you need to quickly. And that's a very complex thing. I think there's a lot of different layouts for a lot of different things. And the amount of data that you have matters. Sometimes like it fits on one screen, but like configuring things to fit properly, it's like all the little components of anything. How big is it? What goes next to it? Like, it's layout, right? What goes where? What goes where is probably the best thing to ask ever. Like, it's a really good starting point for anything. What goes where? with code, with architecture, with anything. How about this shit? Does all this shit go there? Clearly not, but like, life is overwhelming, and I don't think it matters how smart you are, or how hard you work, or how good of a person you are. I think life is just taxing for some people, and a breeze for others. It's really strange. No, I mean, to assume that somebody else's life is a breeze just because it seems like it is, not the idea. It's hard to judge people based on, they say don't judge a book by its cover, but you never know what people are going through, right? All the experiences that they've had, how hard they've worked, what they've worked on, what else, the alternative kind of like opportunities. Like at any moment you can do a handful of things, and what you decide to do with your time is generally at least partly your decision. And so we generally think that people's outcomes are a result of their decisions, and that like life is fair and you get what you get. You get what you give, maybe. Like, you get out of life what you put into it. A lot of people think that, and it's generally, somewhat true. It's mostly true to a certain degree for most people, or somewhat true to a certain degree. I mean, yeah, that degree to which it's true, or like you could say, I think some people's lives are more unfair than others. They work harder, they're smarter, and work harder, and get less. And it's like, maybe I feel like I'm in that boat. But my aim has been quite high, and so I don't know why it's going so slow, but like, it does feel like I'm getting smited or something. Like they don't want me to simplify this thing. And so, I mean, life could be so much simpler in so many ways if we could figure out how to do it. But, and you could say like better, simpler and better. But like there's a resistance to progress for some reason. Well, I mean, humans are striving for success in all ways, like all the time, right? Like they're trying to make money, trying to do stuff. Well, not everyone. A lot of people don't hustle, aren't like feeling the hustle. They're not like striving for starting a business or doing something, greater, I guess. Like seeking recognition or trying to build something amazing or whatever. There's a lot of people doing it. Trying, failing, succeeding. And I really wish this hair would stay out of my face because it looks kind of out of place. And I've never had this hat nor this hair give me such a problem. Didn't I have a brush down here? I had a brush at some point. Kids probably took it. Yeah. So I wasn't gonna stream. I've been getting fat. Man, I've been getting fat. For the record, right? Been drinking too much, but like, I've always drank a lot, or at least drank too much probably, but it's kind of gotten a little bit more. So I'm at my heaviest weight at like 265, and if I push my belly out enough, which I've been actually trying to do for posture reasons, like my head is always so far forward, and trying to like bear down and straighten up. I kind of feel it in my chest. My chest has been really tight lately. I was doing some work on under the cabinet and reaching forward and twisting in a lot of different weird angles, and man, it fucked up my like core. Just probably pulled some things and strained, or I don't know. It was fucked up. Yesterday and the day before. I mean, for a few days, first day I couldn't sleep. Every time I turned a little bit, my whole body would like tense up, and it was just like this. It's kind of like if you pinch something in your back, and in your whole, like, well, it's kind of like this nervous debilitating, like paralysis almost sometimes. And but then having like muscle strain on top of that, it was just weird. Hard to explain. Don't even really remember it exactly, but I was looking for a hairbrush. Can't seem to find one. Do I usually go this way with my hair? Oh man, that's what was going on. That's funny. Because I had the thing on mirror, I went the wrong way with my hair. That's the way it usually goes, which looks more normal, and then stays out of my face. Fuck, man. What is in my nose? God damn it. Alright, so I want to do something with my life, folks, but it's got to be worth it. I'm willing to work hard, but like it's got to be, the goal has to be, like, the work has to be worth the goal. The rewards, to a certain extent, the money, the profit. Man. So this is my problem. I can't focus on anything. I mean, I'm focused on a lot of things, but the reason why I haven't succeeded yet is partly because I'm not smart enough, or like I haven't worked hard enough, or like the game is fucked. Like they're kind of letting me see certain parts of the puzzle, and imagine trying to finish a puzzle and you don't have all the pieces. You can't do it, right? And so it's not fun trying to solve a puzzle where you don't have all the pieces. Now, for a lot of the things that I'm doing, it's like, if I think it through long enough, I like get more familiar with the pieces that I have, and they don't always fit together properly, or like with, I don't know, I'm just drawing analogies, but my lack of success, and it's not that I'm completely unsuccessful in every way, but like I've been missing financial success for a decade plus, like my whole life basically, like real success. Obviously, I made a bunch of money playing poker, and so for a couple of years I was loaded. Like I had more money than I knew what to do with, and that was only like usually 30,000 in the bank and 50 to 70 in my poker account for a number, like a year or so. I don't know. It was like when I was at ASU, I had a lot of money. It's like a completely different, it felt comforting. Like it was just, a nice security, never have to worry about anything, just order food, like eat whatever I want and pay for shit, go out, order as many drinks as I wanted. It was just sort of like, it's a completely different mindset and lifestyle and like existence. It's like either you're stressed or you're not. And it's basically like, do you have money or not? Now, some people figure out how to live within their means and they're okay with it. But like, I don't know, is there something wrong with striving for success and wanting to become wealthy and making a lot of money? The problem is if you fail. If you fail to get there, then it's not worth it, right? Generally speaking. Oh man. That looks strange. It's a really weird angle, but also looks funny because I'm actually leaning back really hard, but then my head hits this thing and just trapped forward, and I don't like my forward head posture, and sometimes I wonder if it's because, leaning against these things, especially without a pillow. It's not the worst posture, but like my ribs are just able to kind of collapse and my back does this like weird twisty thing, and I'm not really sure. I kind of try and correct it and push it back forward, but I think pushing the ribs out, which kind of makes you lean back, and then because my head's trapped forward, as my shoulders go back, my head would maybe naturally go back with it, but it can't. So pulling your neck off the chair is kind of another way to kind of like correct the bad posture. But I think at a certain point you get past the like optimal, whatever that is for different people. I think different people probably have different back shapes and natural postures, but I do think a lot of people are, slouching too much or something, but then figuring out how to sit straight without overcorrecting. It's been a lifelong battle, and it's one of those things that just drains me because I have so much back pain and I wish I could sit up straight. And these days when I do hard work, I can barely move the next day. It's crazy. I mean, usually I can get shit done without too much of a problem. It's not always that bad, but it was this weekend. And although I'm usually able to go play basketball without too much of a problem. I think it was just all the like weird twisting and lifting, at an angle or whatever. So this has already been 26 minutes. As I always say, nobody's going to watch this. I'm never going to watch this. Maybe I'll have AI like scan through them and tag things in case I wanted to search through it or something. Maybe, throwing these videos, they're timestamps, so putting them on a timeline. Maybe if I just wanted to see, like, I could collect like little snapshots of what I looked like, seam together like a time lapse of all the pictures to kind of see the transformation of yourself over time. It'd be cool. Take a long time to get it to look right. But yeah, it is just for the record. And there are so many things that like I felt like I should tell people, that good ideas and kind of revelations, but I mean, we're all going through this weird experience together, and the aliens seem to be coming, or maybe our government's lying to us and nobody actually knows. And that's crazy. It's like, maybe we should stop for a second and collectively figure out what the hell's going on here. Are there aliens? Does it matter? I don't know. Are there wars in heaven like the Bible talks about? And is life a spiritual battle? I mean, that seems kind of cheesy and unlikely. I mean, seems more like we'd be a Hogwarts or some sort of like, I don't know, simulator, training simulator, video game. Problem is, if that's the case, it just, I mean, the whole idea of life is like struggle, and if you think your life is a game, you're just going to give up. If you don't think your life is worth anything, if the light at the end of the tunnel is not worth the trip through the tunnel, like, I don't know. I don't know if life is important. Have we survived some test of time? The evolution of atoms into like proteins? I mean, if life actually evolved from, you could say, inanimate objects, but so clearly life evolving from like particles of sand is extremely unlikely. The sand has been sitting there for a really long time, and there's a lot of different sizes and shapes of sand, but like, okay, so particles, subatomic particles like protons, neutrons, electrons, and all the other shit that there is very strange and fast and small and a lot different than grains of sand, sure. And, the way life has seemed to construct itself out of compounds and DNA and all of the things. Still trying to wrap my head around what that all means, because I don't think anyone really understands it all. And the big question that sticks out to me is DNA evidence for evolution? I mean, creation, design. Okay, so the question is also, did DNA evolve without prior intelligence? Like, is DNA kind of the foundational intelligence? I mean, I guess if intelligence were capable of evolving, then it might look something like that, like some sort of small coding system. And that's generally what DNA is. But I'm kind of skeptical about DNA. I almost think DNA might be like a storage mechanism for other things. Like sub DNA or something. Just because you can't see. What if each DNA chunk was like a sophisticated informational storage system or something? I mean, when you think about it, it's like, oh, how could there be even more information that we can't see? And it's like, well, there's a lot of shit we can't see, like how gravity works. Are there gravity particles, or I don't know. There's a lot of shit we can't see, and so, yeah, this is what happens when I take edibles. My brain starts thinking about all the crazy shit. But whether life is a game or not, I think is that question. I don't know. Like, in a lot of ways, it seems obvious that it is fake and a simulator. I mean, I just see a lot of weird shit going on, and I don't know. I don't know the best way to explain it, so I'll probably just skip on that one for now. But fishy business, like just things that, well, a lot of the experiences were while I was high or something. I'd like experienced something that had some meaning, and it was like, wow, that's a crazy idea. Like, no way that could be true. And I don't know, like about reptilians and shit, or about my family being in on the Matrix or something, where it's, well, like if anyone existed outside of this game, like if there was a spaceship reality, or I don't know, whatever the afterlife might be like, which the Bible talks about, it's sort of like a different dimension, existence on a spiritual level without the physical, sort of like a permanent dream or something, where you just, you don't have a body, or maybe you do, I don't know, but in a different place, maybe, I don't know. So what was I just saying? Oh, the whole thing about, yeah, somebody could easily be like, you could say outside the Matrix, or awakened or something. I don't know, but like, what does that mean? Well, it means that they know the truth about where life came from, about who's in charge, about, like, can you see? Either there's some, I think it's very likely there's a vast system of life that got us here, and that this is just like a simulator or something. But like, feels pretty real, right? I mean, we get hurt, and it's strange, and it's like, doesn't always make sense. There's a lot of weird shit going on. And it's amazing how many people are okay with it. A lot of people aren't okay with it. I think most people aren't okay with it. But like, life goes on, and complainers aren't, socially welcomed. Like, you can't just go around complaining about shit, or people are like, shut up, dude, we're trying to like have a good time here. And life is weird. It's like, life is weird. Sex, drugs, kids. It's money. What was I writing down the other day about? I wrote down a whole bunch of categories of something that were kind of things that are hard to talk about. Pain and suffering. Sure, why not? That's not a. Wait a second. confusing. All right, this is an L. That is not an L. Yeah. I mean, shouldn't I just be able to look at the words? And I can't actually read them because it's not focusing properly. This is just not worth doing. But I can transform, flip horizontal. Boom. Okay. Things that are hard to talk about. Okay, so I don't want to just sit here and waste time. I would like to be making progress towards my goal of making a decent website that I can use to further my own objectives in life. Oh no. This is always confusing. Like, I'm looking in like a backwards mirror right now, essentially. And so it's really hard to coordinate motions relative to my own head. And I'm going to flip this. I don't know, sometimes I prefer the backwards one just because it's actually a real image. This is what people would see if they were sitting across from me in real life. It's just that the opposite, which I'm going to show you right here, flip horizontal, is this is the mirrored version where I actually can high-five myself. You can high-five yourself in the mirror, but that means you're looking at a fake image. It's hard. I have to repeat that and think it through, and it's like, wait, what? How? It gets confusing, and sometimes you have clarity about things, sometimes you don't. I was making a note about nuance. Nuance is, I'm not going to flip the camera back and forth, but a lot of these notes are cool. I get kind of like, get in my zone, need like a new lease on life, something else to think about that inspires me to work on something, because I just feel, and it's crazy because every single thing I've written down always seems like it's worth working on. It's just only in that moment. And then later I look at it and it's like, okay, like what do we do with this? Is this really worth working on? And that little thought cycle, find something new to think about, feels worth working on via cannabis, getting high. And I mean, and granted, when I say I'm high, like, I'm not super high. I wouldn't want to be like talking to somebody right now because like get weird vibes from, I just don't like having to deal with social situations. Like that's amplified when I'm high, obviously. So like, and I really like getting high, and I'm not that high. I'm just kind of like more elevated. So it's definitely not a great habit, dependency, but from my experience is that it's sort of the only way I can get myself to work on something. And it's, for a while it was like, I kind of just, well, okay, so phase one was like, not sure this is a great idea. I'm still doing it with limited frequency because it seems to help, but I take a lot of breaks from it. And then I was like, well, why am I taking all these breaks? Like, this seems to work, and I know I'd have to take breaks after a certain amount of, like, use and abuse, like overdoing it every day for a week. Then it's like, all right, we're going to take a few days off of this because it just stops being as useful and whatnot. But, I mean, I come up with a lot of ideas. A lot of them are good ideas. For example, I was thinking about making a 3D agar game. So, like, there's this game, agar, agar.io, and it's these little blobs that, like, float around, but it's a real-time multiplayer game, at least allegedly, and you can get really big, and that's like winning. You know, you get big and powerful, and it kind of like zooms out, and your blob just gets so much bigger than everyone else's blob, and you can eat them all up, and it's fun. It's fun to get big. It's really hard though. It was actually way too hard last time I played it. I'm like, I'm not gonna play this anymore. But getting big is in that game is quite entertaining because you can also die by somebody who's twice as big. You can there's always somebody way bigger than you, and they can eat you like instantly, and so it's mayhem, and it's really hard to get big. But anyway, I was thinking you could using my little flight app that I was doing earlier, I could turn that game into this like 3D agar. And I was thinking if you could use a model of the Earth as the world map, sort of, but like, and then you could have different altitudes. Like maybe as you get bigger, you can go higher. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good limitation. I was kind of thinking you could just go at any altitude. You could go out to outer space and fly to Mars if you wanted to. It would just take a few months. But maybe you limit the altitude. I don't know. But if you could float around in 3D with kind of like airplane controls like that. Now the boost would be interesting. Like if you could boost at people to like eat them, it'd be kind of like I was envisioning like a 3D Pac-Man game where you're just like these monsters that float around kind of like an agar and eat each other. And maybe like Slither, you leave a trail, and so you can kind of like pick up all the, you just follow a giant around as like a little leech and pick up all their shit. That's what you can do in Slither. And it's Slither was based on collisions with tails and shit, and agar is more like the size. You'd get big and then you'd split yourself in half to shoot forward. It's actually kind of a cool dynamic. I'm not sure if it would be as good for the 3D because it's like harder to aim precisely. It's easier to aim in 2D with a mouse. Anyway, so I get a lot of good ideas, and that's why I take the gummies. And I don't get so many good ideas when I don't take the gummies. So it's definitely a little bit harder for me to stay focused and work on code, very detail-oriented stuff where I have to just stick through one thing. It can help me like break through. Sometimes I'll get into code while I'm still kind of buzzing, and I don't know, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should start streaming code right now. But like, it's already been 40 minutes. I know nobody's going to watch it. It's really not like, it's not even worth the while. It's a little embarrassing. Like I'm not doing great in life, and I don't really want to be streaming like this, and I don't really, it's like, do I expect somebody to watch it? No, not really. I think that, well, there's a potential that somebody could watch it. Now, if it's somebody that I know, it could be embarrassing. But like, it's probably more embarrassing for somebody that I know that's going to sit around and watch this video for 43 minutes than admit it. Like, so it'd take them some courage to admit, like, hey, I was watching all your videos, and if they, well, or they'd see one of them and just think it's stupid, and maybe they say something or maybe they don't. I don't know. Depends on what I'm talking about, right? What am I talking about? Is it stupid shit? Or is it like some of the craziest stuff ever and some of the most important technology and knowledge, and I'm working on the most important stuff I can try to work on, right? Like something that's useful, something that's gonna, like, I wouldn't say a sure bet necessarily, but maybe, I don't know, like a graphic design and development, software stuff, figuring out how to make user interfaces and apps that can save data and load data. It's a pretty complex workflow, and I think the problem that most apps make is that they don't use the file system, and that right there is just like $1 trillion idea. Maybe not in the long term, but in the short term, right now, somebody could make a web operating system and make insane amounts of money with it, because there's so many web apps that you can make with that operating system. And so, well, let me show you an example. Moving a window from a big monitor to a small monitor means it doesn't really fit on that small monitor, and I had to resize it, and that's just awkward drag and drop and resize and drag and drop and resize 3 times. Big screen. Did I save it? I just remember the name, Odoo. Took me a while to figure this out. I forgot the name. I looked it back up. But this here little landing page is like pretty badass. It's like great navigation, great overview, and like massive potential. Like, wow, look at all these things. This is kind of cool. Whoops, where's my mouse? Click here, imagine without Odoo. And it's showing you all the other apps you'd have to use. There's this little toggle thing for the the layer. It's just a layer. It's a nicely designed website. A little bit small on the width here. How wide is this site? Looks like it's pretty slim here. Where is the container? Here. 1320. That's crazy small. This from here to here is 1320. It's not even, I don't know how this is actually, oh, there we go, 1320. I don't know why the inspector doesn't get that element when I'm hovering. It's like you can't even select the right thing. There's a very important element that is, it's basically this one. Oh, it is this one. No, it's the one with the padding. This one. That says it's 1320. Anyway, what am I going on about? Trying to figure out what to do with my life. And want to make a game or a website or a social media account or do something that can get me some traction so I can convince other people that I have a good idea. And I just need to make a site like this with my ideas. Just turn this thing off. It is a little distracting. Man, it's just so clean. These little icon cards. And they're decent icons, except like this CRM one, it's not hard to figure out what the icon is if you think about it for a second, but it's not initially obvious what that is. I wonder what kind of knowledge software. Knowledge software. I mean, all these things, you just put a software at the end of anything, and all of a sudden you have like an entire industry of like companies and softwares. And generally, I think the biggest problem software makes right now is that everybody's making their own shit. And like, I couldn't create a plugin for this platform unless they had it all set up properly, and that's a big question mark. And what their API looks like and how it works and what features it offers or doesn't offer, and really the pricing and the limitations on all the APIs. It's like to integrate with the system seems like this awesome, palette of tools, and maybe it is, and maybe it's easy to extend and whatever. But I don't know. I just think that so with any of these types of software, creating universal software, which is basically like sort of like the idea of NPM. It's like a library of software that is kind of like, or like GitHub. It's like a repository of software, but then getting it to run properly and do what you want, that's where things kind of break down a little bit. It's like even creating like a nice little grid of icons like this. Well, aside from coding it and getting the website working and so all of these are apps. So getting all of these apps set up would take a lifetime and many lifetimes. And I forgot what I was going to say. It doesn't really matter. I'm just rambling. But software, I was trying to get to this idea of universal software. In this idea that instead of having thousands of companies making their own software, like these new products for all of these things, like, how many CRM softwares there are? It's crazy. And project management and documents and collaboration, chat or whatever. I mean, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of companies. It's like these are all really successful companies that have highly paid employees, and I don't know, it's kind of crazy. sometimes I lean towards, pointing fingers at the successful people. It's like, man, there's a lot of successful people out there. You go drive down the road and you see, like, Tesla after Tesla and mansion after mansion, and there's a lot of successful people. I mean, a lot of them come from software. They're doing, like, virtual things. They're, sometimes it's like stock trading or something where it's not really producing any economic value. It's just, people playing games, or I don't know. And I'm not saying there's nothing, I don't know if I'd say it's wrong to trade stocks. I think it actually is a function of the economy and to a certain degree. But my brain's not really prepped for that. What I was trying to talk about is software and how creating a single kind of standard, I guess, for documents, for projects, for teams, for users, for files. If you have a file system that you can build all these things on top of, and you can build in all the like essential features, which are things like sharing and access control, security type shit, and then collaboration stuff like teams and roles and permissions, and just if you ever looked at Discord permissions, it can become a nightmare because you sort of need permissions for everything, but you also like knowing how to dig through all those and figure out what each one does is where the chaos comes in. It's just like there's so many settings and you're not really sure what it's doing in the background. They give you a little description, but it's not always clear, what you're trying to do and how to do it. But this idea of universal software, I haven't really even made the point yet. The idea is, well, I did. I'm getting there. Well, I'm getting toward, through the requirements. The requirement would be that all the software is built on a single standard, and so all the plugins that anyone so all the companies who make CRM software would, instead of making their own CRM software, would make little plugins or modules for the standard that all of them use collectively, and that would be like contact lists and the data structures and the fields and adapters. If you have maybe you want to use a different schema or whatever that defines properties differently, you could potentially have adapters between them or something, so that you don't really want to lock people in. But yeah, I mean, the future of software is, it's not that hard to kind of point in the right direction. And we're usually pointed in generally the right direction. Like, things are getting better and easier, and yeah, but there's a long way to go. There's an incredible opportunity right now to remake all of the software onto this kind of universal platform. And Google could do it, Apple could do it, Facebook could do it. I mean, fuck, any of these startups, Odoo is trying to do it. I'm not saying it's easy, but the only way to do it is to create, I think you create like an open source base. So some of the more basic, I mean, maybe all the schemas are free and open source. So like the standard data structure. And maybe that's the biggest compatibility factor, is as long as your data follows this structure, then you can use these modules. Now, I do think the code, the language you're using, well, okay, so why couldn't you create a universal runtime that runs any language? So basically, you unify all the package managers and all the software languages into one little runtime. I think the problem with that is that some of them are massive. They're already too big. It takes up a lot of file size and system resources, and trying to run all of them is massively more or less performant, I guess. But you could, if you needed to run 2 languages, then you try and limit it, or people convert code to universal code that can run on any platform. That's probably the best way to do it. Well, I mean, I think like Microsoft's Visual Coding or Visual Studio or Visual, I don't know, whatever the fuck, they have a new one every day. I think they do some of that. Like, you could call it transpiling. It's kind of like compiling, but converting to a different language. I don't think that's necessarily a great idea unless it's well, if you're converting a class, for example, object-oriented system would probably be a pretty easy way to have converters from one language to another, because then you don't have to. But I guess you could do it with functional style too. I don't know. I don't get this whole functional style where you move away from object oriented code. It's like, why object oriented? The only downside to it is that the this keyword is confusing. But once you figure that out, it's not that hard. It's just like you gotta understand what it's doing. And anyway, so yeah, JavaScript is probably the best place to start with software type shit. But we need a program like Figma to do like, well, I think you just want to be able to have precise controls over the layout, where things go, where they come from, where they go, and all the properties for them. And Figma gives that. Like, it's not, you're kind of locked into their tool. You can write plugins for Figma, but man, layout is so important. Show don't tell, right? I don't know if anyone's interested in layouts. Getting them to work properly is like a matter of thinking through all the things. But like, what works as a 2-column layout, the padding here looks all right. Here it's nice and balanced and aligned, but if you make 4 of these things, then there's way too much padding, way too much dead space, and the text gets scrunched down. And I could change it, but I'm not going to, because it takes a while. Layout is tricky, and getting everything to line up properly and flow and like stack, and there's basically 3 general settings for height and width. And it's hug, fixed, and fill for each one of them. And so that you get like these 9 permutations. I think I gave up on some of these. I don't think they're all correct. I was trying to create an example and show like the flow of the layout for each one of these. And then try and like get a feeling for all of them kind of at once. Of like, okay, now I get it. When you do this, then you need to do, I don't know. And I started to do that a little bit, but it's like, for somebody who has failed to succeed, I need to just cut to the chase and get some dollars in my pocket. And so that's another thing that I spent an enormous amount of time, trying to run an internet marketing experiment. Just pay some money to like get people to click on something. I've tried, haven't been able to figure it out yet. Create video landing pages, I think would be a cool idea. So I kind of gave up with it. This doesn't really make much sense. This one's not terrible. I don't know why I didn't fill this. Whatever. Watch a video and then... Well, so these interactive videos, so this whole idea here was that... And this could be a mobile... you could have a mobile alternative. This wouldn't be here, but it'd be like, this whole area here would basically be condensed down for mobile. But this idea of an interactive video is that you could watch a video and then you could have some sort of UI synced with the timing. So in a video, and in YouTube videos how they're always like, click the link and wherever it might be over here, they're pointing on the screen. It's always just like it's never in the right spot. They're like, click here, and it's like over there, and it seems to be a pretty common thing. Maybe that's some sort of like inside joke with the aliens. They like to see people fuck shit up like that because it's just reminiscent of this whole era of tech and software and whatever. I think in the future, it's pretty easy to figure out all the software bullshit. Like, we'll have UI design and development systems where like all the databases and file systems and access, and it's like, we'll figure all that shit out and it'll be easy. Like, I can't tell you how much bullshit software I run into every day. like, all of Google software. It's like, it's pretty complex, but if you want to set up a simple web server, good fucking luck. Like, it's a nasty ecosystem. And I'm sure some people have figured out easy ways that work for them, but like, there's limitations for all of them. And so if you're someone stubborn like me, or if you're just trying to like figure out a way to succeed that like hasn't been done before, when you use like the kind of cookie cutter solution that everybody else is using, like, you don't stand out and it just doesn't seem to work. You gotta like do something unique and good and whatever, I think. All right, it's 12:46. Been doing this for an hour. Let's see if I can make any fucking progress or sense or anything. So I was talking about software. I don't know why I'm explaining this. I know nobody's gonna listen. I could try and make like a presentation. I don't know why I changed my color. Where are my variables at? Can I? Where's my other primary? It's probably not even in here. Can I search for it? Maybe. I had another primary color that was reddish. I just changed. I can just guess at what it was. I think it was somewhere over here in this like orangish red. All right, so yeah, interactive videos are cool. They can be responsive, like kind of automatically. It's basically, this is a video and this is a website. Well, this whole thing is a website, but like, you go full screen with this part so that, it's, well, and the UI could kind of enter and exit. It could be like in fact, it could be an overlay. I don't really feel like drawing that out, but essentially it would be something like a video with little like UI that can pop over it. Let's just copy this whole thing. Maybe I can just put it in here and get rid of this, make this fill, and then yeah, something like that. Putting a UI overlay on top of a video is a very powerful idea. Think about all the times where somebody on the screen might want to ask you something. Boom. Now, where does that data go and what do you do with it? I think you could have like private modules where it doesn't send the data anywhere. It's just like a little program that's going to collect some information and then do something with it. And the requirement of that is that it's not sent anywhere. It like stays on your local machine. And if you can create a program that can guarantee yourself that, like you just don't give it permission to send anything, then I think you have a winner. Well, I mean, or you might want to. You might want to have a contact form there. So it doesn't have to overlay. You could create, these layouts where it slides the video over. And that might be easier, especially it depends on what kind of content it is. But yeah, that would be an interesting application. And I could do this. Like if I worked long enough and hard enough on one of these things, like I could set up some examples of layouts and whatnot. And I mean, frankly, for an overlay, you just have how many 4 corners and 4 edges are kind of like the basic alignment points of where you'd want to put something, or center. So that's kind of like nine anchor points, and those could automatically set up the alignment so that if you right align something like this, it automatically left aligns. I've thought about doing that. It's kind of harder to read. No, not that one. It's kind of harder to read. This needs to be fill, and then we right align. It's kind of weird. Yeah, alignment and layout is crazy. So there's just a lot of options, a lot of like permutations, and often there's different ways to accomplish the same thing. So I was saying earlier how I think that the thing that I was saying when I jumped on this page is tried a lot of different ways to make money, or to like just cut to the chase and try and make money. And the US is about Is that more like 2.5 or more like 3? It's like 2 2/3. These are like the US, and this is like the Earth. And so if you lined up US's, and I mean, I don't really know where I got these numbers from, but it's just an interesting thing. Anyway, yeah, I was trying a lot of things. I have tried a lot of things, and sometimes getting back to where I was and what I was working on, and finding the kind of flow and motivation to work on things. Like, just I've been creating all these UI like containers, and there's a lot of different permutations to like how everything lines up. Like, is there a gap here? This one's full width menu system. You know, I've looked at a lot of examples that do things differently, and in the end it doesn't really matter as long as it works. But like, sometimes I spend more time designing it. It's like, maybe if I get it to look right. Some of these look pretty badass. I kind of copied this look off of this menu. Going back to 100% zoom is always a good idea, because it, where was it? I was up here. 0 to 100% zoom just kind of resets the scale. The scale matters. It's like if you're accidentally zoomed in a little bit too much, or zoomed in or out too much, it completely changes the look and feel. Although I kind of like it smaller. So if we go to 0, it's like this. That's not too big though. Going smaller, probably wouldn't want to go too small. Anyway, fucking A, man. Icons and layouts and code blocks, like, we'll make all this shit better. And I mean, we've come a long way in terms of, where these are some pretty cool nested UI situation here. It compacts an enormous amount of settings into a little tab widget thing. It's pretty cool. You spend a lot of time jumping through these, though, trying to find what you're looking for. And so it's like, you should probably just have like a search thing up here, and you just try and get good at typing things in and finding it. And maybe sometimes you have different views here to help find shit, and maybe there's different ways to find things. You can try and just feel your way through. Tabs, yeah. Window panels, resizable window panels. I've got a draggable demo going, but I probably broke it, actually. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick. It would be framework ext draggable, but it was actually, so I think there is one here. Let me see if I can fix this, because it should be an easy fix, and these are useful pages. Where is it's this one, needs to be renamed to this, and I think that should work. Boom. All right, so that works pretty well, but it actually has the drop, huh? I thought I hadn't done the drop yet, but it doesn't. Does it sort? How is it sorting properly? I thought I had. Oh, and this one I only have one page. Okay, I have multiple files but one page. So I have a draggable class, a movable class, a previewable class, and the sortable class, which extends movable. I even forget like which one extends which one. I have to go in and look at them and like kind of study all the code and figure out like what the hell's going on. It's mostly because I hacked it together, but this one's the sortable one, and this is the one that's working probably the best and most impressive, is that it like in real time lets you drag and sort in and out of containers quite easily. And it's not getting the right layout here. Like, I think if I have less space, then it's harder to drag in these kind of like gray areas where, all right, so here, let's create an example. I thought I had a button for adding things here, but let's put these in here. Yeah, so inside or outside and before and after, there's kind of like a lot of different options that aren't entirely obvious. And so getting the right layout that helps you target those things is kind of tricky. Probably should have more space. I don't know why this is so small here and here. Make that bigger, but then it stretches everything out. But yeah, drag and drop sort of bullshit. That was well, the drag and drop is about, you know, looking at the mouse down and mouse move events, and then the hover logic and targeting, and then indexing, like how high in the thing you know, like you basically convert mouse coordinates to the target drop point, but it's kind of tricky because you have to figure out, you know, the number of the index that you need to put this thing in, and that depends on how many kids there are and which kid is at the right spot to indicate that's the point. And took me a few days to do this, and so it's like I haven't really looked at it much since. So this one doesn't have any space. It might be harder to do. So some of these aren't containers. These are containers. Let me see if I can build another one of these. Whoa. Oh, I can't put that one in itself. That's right. Yeah, that seems to work, right? There's just not much space at the bottom for... and I think when it comes out, it goes to the right spot, but then immediately jumps the page. Oh, I got it for a second. But if I move my mouse, then it immediately jumps down. So I've got to play around with that. Now, you can do it here. You can go in and then out by using this margin here. But drag and drop's tricky. But I was looking at the Blender UI here and thinking about how it's resizable, and I've thought about trying to implement a drag and drop resizable panel system. Usually these things are like deceptively simple and tricky. It's like, doesn't seem that hard. You just kind of chop the area into these slices, and I can do any one of these layouts, but then getting the right user interface and flow in order to convert from one to another, and it probably needs to all be saved, or else it's just kind of useless. It'd be hard to test if, you know, a refresh of the browser, basically when you change code and it refreshes the browser to maintain the right UI, probably needs to be saved and then loaded so it doesn't jump around. Fuck, man. I'm feeling the brain tingles that probably mean that my time is coming to an end. That my brain's not working as well as it used to. And it's just, this whole streaming thing is weird, because I said a lot of shit on this one. I said a lot of shit in the past. I don't remember most of it. Obviously, you can't remember everything that you've said. I know that I kind of open up sometimes and just start talking about like personal shit and admitting, you know, that I'm a piece of shit asshole sometimes, and it's like, I don't know. I should probably. I thought recently about taking all my videos down. I probably should. There's enough bullshit in there that's not like, not how I want to represent myself, not how my family would want me to represent myself. The problem is that I'm so brain dead and out of options that, like, I need help. I need, like, taking the videos down doesn't help me, and posting doesn't really help me either, but sometimes just sitting in front of the, you know, turning the camera on and streaming helps me just open up and get shit off my chest. Just say things that, like, are in my brain. So there's this effect that happens in my brain when I turn on the camera. The potential for somebody to see this is enough that it, like, heightens my awareness a little bit. It's sort of like I take it a little more seriously if, well, like, I mean, I'm not taking it that seriously. Obviously, I'm not like super amped up or care that much about being judged or whatever. But it is like, helps my brain flow. Just kind of like gives me energy to like keep going. It's kind of interesting. It's similar to the external processing idea that Tosh was the first one who really coined that term in my mind. External processing is this idea that when you're talking to somebody else, your brain works differently. You both process things a little bit better if somebody's explaining something, especially if they're explaining it like well, if it makes sense, that and the other person's receiving it well. Boom, like, you've both created like a stronger intellectual, like, you could call it a bond. I don't think it's like a spiritual thing. My monitor just flickered. You guys probably didn't see that, and I wasn't recording it, but my monitor's been switching between like blue mode and yellow mode, like nighttime vision at random times of the day. It's really fucking annoying. So, is the CIA watching everything that we do? Probably. I mean, I'm streaming to YouTube, so they could if they wanted to. Given the 0 views on my streams, I would say they're probably not, actually. But maybe they have a way to hack YouTube and not show the views, but that'd be a lot of work for a little gain. Anyway, can I get back to work? I was going to try and write some code, but yeah, I was kind of looking at my code. I could just try and use, the tail end of this video here before I stop streaming to try and channel some focus. Let's see if we can do it. Let's look at the code. Let's look at what it is creating over here. I don't think we really want to work on the draggable stuff. The big challenge that I've been working with for a long time, that I've been kind of wrestling around with today, is it's about this directory and the routing and the navigation. And I think what I concluded, I didn't even draw this in Figma yet, but I drew a little sketch. I think I can make one real quick here. This is definitely not August anymore, but I'm just going with it. This is like left, right, nav. And we basically have a left nav and a right nav. I'm gonna make this one white and the other one white because my default background has been this great. Why can't, oh my god, I clicked this one. Alt drag is what I was trying to do. I don't know why that didn't work. This would be left nav, this is the right nav. I do think I'm gonna have the breadcrumbs on top. So we want to do something like this. This is all fixed position. I should probably auto layout these. I would need like a empty frame. Get it kind of roughly in the right spot. And then take these. I missed one. Take this one, this one, and this one. Shift A. I don't know why it popped this one out of flow. What the hell is going on here, man? Why is this so big? Why did it just... Can we not drag it out of the container? Whoa, what was that? I just saw a ghost. It was over here. Wrong order. Too much space. Did I make that 20? I think I did. I wasn't really thinking about it. Let's make all of these fill width. No, this one's going to be more fixed. And then fill height. And then something like this. I don't know. Making it the right layout takes a lot of time and thought, and probably will change depending what you're trying to do. So, can this go on top? Sort of what I wanted. It's not really the best layout, but if it looks right, I guess we'll go with it. But essentially, and I already have. Let's see if I can find that title bar. This guy right here. Copy. Let's put this closer to the top. Okay. This is feeling too big. I think we can scale this part down. Probably want to scale this whole thing. Whoa, whoa. Really? Really, guys? Holy shite. How big is this? Size 10. Is this really 1920? Yep. No, we don't want that. This has to be bigger. It's just too small. Wait. This is weird. It's not the right layout. I should have this. What's going on here? This be auto like that. So the height or the width. Give me a break. Yeah, we want this one. There we go. Okay. I don't know, but something like this, and then the left nav was going to be sibling maybe self is in here if it's like in an order. And this would all be hideable with hotkey or something, but then these go over here to make the children. So these are basically like the same thing. Child, 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 child. I have 3 children, so we'll go with that. And yeah, so for any of the things you have like you have these lists. The one on the left is, well, they're both based on like the site's contents, which is sort of based on the file system, but I've been thinking about having this system of hash routes where I don't know if these have, whoops, that was weird. I don't know if have, what the fuck? What was that? Weird. Anyway, I'm trying to shift 3. There we go. Okay, so we need to have child pages that are like real subpaths that are like this. There could be the ones that aren't in a directory, and then these hash versions that I don't know if this. Well, it looks a little bit more. Excuse me. Looks a little bit more like this, and I guess that could be also the. What is going on here, man? That should actually probably be fill, huh? Fill? No, because this one's not an auto layout. Can we do that without messing it up? Oh my lord. Enter. Fill. We don't really even need this one, but I guess I'll leave it. Yeah, a lot of patterns for like, and some the URL structure doesn't really need to be listed here with the name of the thing. It could just be the name of the thing, but you know, then the URL is going to change differently and point at these things differently. The hash ones are dynamically loaded, so the question is, and this is the big question that I've been kind of struggling with, is are hash routes automatically loaded via directory? That would help a little bit. It'll probably take some time to set up. And then before then, step one is get it working. So this side over here is definitely based on the file system. I mean, I could potentially have the topic as the kind of page, and then even have all. Well, so the idea here is that, yeah, self here, which could even be bolded, probably be like highlighted in some way, but is sort of the target or the subject of this whole thing, and the breadcrumb trail would basically be topic / self. I don't know if this should just be hidden. We could drag this over here and then hide it, just to kind of remember. That was an alternative version there. But, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about the breadcrumbs. So I have these kind of shite breadcrumbs on my site that are kind of working. And not all of them have a working page because I changed like a lot of the URLs, and there's like fragments of things that I was working on in the past, and it's a big mess and it's hardly working. I'm trying to figure out like what's the best thing to work on next. So, yeah, the navigation, getting the navigation working properly. Getting the breadcrumbs to work properly. Generally speaking, I think this is like representing the home, this representing the first path. It's not a bad idea. It's just, yeah, I mean, so for example, if you went to a subpage, maybe we put this over here or something, then this would look more like I don't know, I'm trying to think through how this could, I mean, this could actually just stay as always like the topic specific navigation. Yeah, and that's kind of how most of these things work, right? But I guess the question is, when you go deeper, do you want it to be? Yeah, I mean, so if we're looking at self, this isn't really the table of contents for self. This is the table of contents for the parent topic. Maybe it's better to have But I don't know. Is it better to have like a table of contents over here? I think for some things it might be. But I also think though that's probably not for like topics themselves. Well, what would the topic page look like? God damn it, there's just too many variables here. My brain then gets confused. Like, I just kind of lose my train of thought. And then I'm just kind of like, don't know what to think next. Could try and backtrack and, could try and just wait a second, see if the ideas start flowing again. It's like, that's a weird situation to be in. Could have something to do with the drugs. All right, so topic page. The idea here with this self is that it's a level 2. A level 2. So the URL would look like topic/self in this situation. But so let's go one up, and I mean, a simple solution could be an order here where we just, well, frankly, what if this one goes over here? Boom. Oops. We want to resize this one instead. But yeah, this is where like this doesn't make as much sense. So and I'm kind of feeling, let's just fucking, I hate layouts sometimes. Delete this shit. Delete this one too. Scale this up. And this one's not bold anymore. Delete this one. These are just like the topics inside of there. Yeah, I mean the topic page doesn't really need, well, okay, so you could have these as all the other topics. But then these would then be subs. Alright, so these represent root level topics. These represent the topics, subtopics, like second level topics. And then these would be subs in this naming scheme. Now here they're actually like siblings of self, and self is one of these subs. So we could just name this one self, and we could name these subs. But in the context of this one, where self is the current URL is topic/self, then these things would be subs of the topic, but they're siblings of the self. So I don't know, it's probably just easier to call these subs. They're subtopics, and self is the active subtopic. And it can have child pages that are either like real pages or dynamically loaded ones. So to get that working, I mean, I have this, where's my website? Where'd it go? I have a couple different versions of this little twirly-do. And it works pretty well. There's a lot of code there, and I kind of wasn't sure what I was doing and hacked it together and fixed it up a little bit, and it's kind of working, but I guess I'm not sure if reusing it or just kind of using the code as a reference to base a new one. I think it's often better to kind of like start over and go through the process. and then upgrade this header to with the logo and topic thing there, and then figure out the right sidebar. Maybe you just leave it up to the page to figure out what to render and where. That does make it kind of a pain in the butt though when you're making sub pages. So like when you're adding these new pages, loading them automatically would be nice. They just, you create a new pit file, it reloads the page, pulls it in. However, importing it manually and importing it into the parent page essentially. So on this self page, which is a manually created file, I have to type out import statements to import all the little things and then render them in the right place and also add them to like a table of contents and then render that in this with the right layout. And I think this whole area here could just be like the page, so that the page itself is in charge of rendering that. It's probably an easy way to start, but then it's also kind of going to be inconvenient because there's just going to be a lot of boilerplate code to import the thing, render it, add it to the nav. Let's write that down. Like manually import nav, manually render nav. We could just remove the word manually. Import render, add to nav, render nav. It's probably all I need to do. I'm gonna write this down on my paper just so it's right in front of my face. Import route / page. I don't know do we want to import pages, sub pages? If we want to do like routing fancy business maybe, but I think it's most of these routes. Import route, manually render. It's sort of a preview. Add to table of contents. It's sort of like just so maybe the section over here is called, you could call this a table of contents. The container here is like properties, like page property UI. So you put whatever you want there and have a reusable properties panel that's kind of like connected to this page here. It's not entirely obvious that's the case, and you could like redo this coloring scheme to make it more kind of cohesive where and the self might be a page. There's a lot of different ways that could go, that's for sure. I don't know how you do this, but if it stood out from the background, then you could have something like this with, just delete this. Let's undo that and take this and put it, I can't put it in the right spot. I think if Jesus Christ. Okay. Put it something like this. We need a separator here. I don't know if this effect is going to be visible. Doesn't look like it. We could change the stacking order of this. First on top, which makes way more sense. Blur. Tone it down. Blur more. Tone it down. Trying to match the other one. All right, so that's one way, or another way I was thinking, which is even more contained and is more appropriate if you have more space. These are all the wrong layouts. Why is this doing this? This is not going to work. If I had done this originally, it would be easier. Generally, I just want to slide this in. Slide this in. Actually, let's make this right constrained, and then it'll stick. Yeah, it's not important how tall that thing is. It's not going to work. We need to frame selection, and then fill, and then we can center. All right. It's way too much work, but that actually looks pretty badass, right? It's nice and contained, and it's obvious what goes to what, sort of, but like self is within the topic. Can the topic just be this like area? So like, ooh, how would that work? So the siblings are within the topic too. I'm just thinking about like streamlining this thing where we don't need self up here, and can we make this look a little more cohesive? The reason why I'm not is because I'm not sure exactly what it would look like. If you had like an image-based background, let's get a background. Space is often kind of cool. Just get something like this that's not distracting, and then, whoops. Let's make this 1920 by 1080, and I need to redo this a bit. Excuse me. Oh, these are underneath there. White. Okay, so whatever the topic is, well, here you could actually have just kind of this like really simple path. Doesn't that look sweet? Boom, it's just like so simple. I don't know if we need like a document type shit here, but we could try it. I'm kind of feeling like maybe full here. That's weird. It kind of ruins the full screen image effect, which I'm not really sure what would go there if you would actually, well, you could have cards. The look of the card could vary greatly. Try and do like a transparent UI type look, and do like, the number of different layout permutations for a single slide is pretty high. There's a lot of different ways to slice the space, and some work better for different types of content, obviously. It looks pretty sweet. I like the simplicity of it. I could have made these Shift A. And then how does that work? It needs to be fixed. What we should have done is used auto layout on this guy. It properly treated the background image. Where is the background image? It's in there. It's the fucking... It put the unsplash image. This is crazy. I'm pretty sure what happened here is this is a rectangle, not a frame. And so when you drag stuff onto it, it doesn't accept it. It doesn't like grab onto it. It's not a frame. It's a rectangle. But if I Shift A this thing, No, that's not what I did. I framed the selection, right? Crazy. How did that image become the frame background? That's insane. Because I didn't do that. Wild. Wild stuff. That's an anomaly. We've caught one. An anomaly would be a nice name for like a space monster. Space monster. I was just thinking about that 3D Agar game. Just throw some keywords at an image search. Yeah, I think in this sort of you can make it more badass than these, but kind of like not as bright maybe, but just kind of funky looking, different. You can make some scary looking ones though, like dragons and shit. I don't know about the whole dart to eat thing like Agar does, because it fits well, or it like makes sense if the monsters are like blobby things. I mean, I guess if it's like a swallowing effect, I guess that makes sense too, or at least you can animate it pretty easily. One just swallows the other. The little smaller one goes inside the big one gets bigger. It would kind of be like a intuitive animation. So I guess if it has a mouth, then it could that's kind of crazy looking. I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's a cool looking spaceship though. Kind of looks like mine. So yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about trying to make set the game up with like projectile type shooting, whether it's missiles or ammo or lasers. So you need some physics hit tests or whatever, but I think doing simple like also doing projectile like bullets would be tricky. You'd have to run a physics simulator to track all of them. But doing lasers sort of just like a geometry test. If there's an intersection between two equations or whatever. Yeah, probably shouldn't think about this right now. I'm not sure what that's gonna do. What was I doing? Yeah, this is pretty badass, but again, kind of spending a lot of time with this. I was gonna try and set up this layout properly so that these were filling, and then they can split however many times they want, and it works a little bit better. When I find something that's like a powerful solution that could be used for other things, then kind of I like when my brain likes the value of those types of things. Auto layouts can be kind of tricky. You got to find the right knob to turn, the right way to adjust the size in the way that the auto layout kind of like sets everything up. And you can usually adjust whatever you want. It's not that hard to find the right knob, but if you don't know what you're doing and you can't find it, then it might drive you crazy. And it's usually because you have to understand the structure of all the rectangles and how they interact with each other. You have to know which one you're selecting in order to do the right thing. Okay, so it's 1:35. What am I doing with my life? So Yeah, some pages could be memes, and it's kind of cool having the breadcrumb in the bottom left here. Now um, I think having some sort of like, well, escape could do it. I was gonna say some sort of UI toggling. Oops. Toggle UI. So you could kind of just go between. This would probably be on by default, just so it's more useful. Should set up that auto layout. Okay, so could probably go get a coffee in a second. Yeah, this just basically toggles any kind of like extra shit on or off or whatever, and then this is more or less full screen. And you could have different layers of that, right? Like maybe escape cancels the outermost kind of layer. Well, no, escape should show more layers of like settings and toolbars and whatever, like to the more global level. So if you wanted to have a toolbar within a toolbar, you could. You just have to. So how do you? Well, so enter be the opposite of escape. How do you clear the outer ring after you use escape to show it? You potentially do it just by clicking on something and it just disappears. Clicking on something specific. Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of juggled these ideas in my head before, and I'm not really getting clarity about it. But what is kind of what I was writing down earlier, and something I was going to try and strive for, is getting this child page navigation set up. And I think it probably is the best option to manually import them, even though that's going to be kind of a pain in the butt. And it's partly because setting this all up is just one page. It'll be a lot easier. All right, so the question is, can my current directory thing work for the rendering code for the directory is a fucking mess, and there's different versions of it. Like, I don't even know which one is running. A lot of it is duplicate code, and there's a lot of logic in there that's like uses hash stuff, which is not even applicable. I mean, and all this stuff, I need to redo it. I think I need to rethink it and just tough it out. But not feeling entirely inspired to jump into something that's going to take a lot of time and be kind of, well, is the outcome worth it? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. So I need to have all the root level pages. It's kind of what I currently have on there. So maybe it's not terribly different than what I have. And I do have it set up to have these like submenus, which you can either click on the thing to launch the link, or you can click the arrow to twirl it down. And so that works well. There's like two different ways to interact with it. So maybe it's mostly this. I think I had the side nav rendering with the breadcrumbs thing. And this would be, I believe this is in this app here. This breadcrumbs. I changed it to this DX thing, which is a wrapper for the breadcrumbs and side nav. But I haven't put the click handler on there. And where did I have that set up? I think it's in the side nav thing here. Here it is. Window, key down. I think we can just remove this here. Does this use anything? Nav state is fine. I'll just use that. I'm gonna have to change that line, but I don't think I need this. Oh wait, I need this and this. Okay. No, we need that too. Why can't I tab? There we go. Paste. And then take this. Alright, let's see if we can figure this out. Breadcrumbs, something similar. No. We want this in this DX thing. This is the whole layer. Put this all in here, and then this has to come after this and this .dx. Alright, performed a little surgery, not too terrible. Wait, what? Why are we doing app.sideNav? Where does app even come from? This one? That's crazy. Let's just do this. This is an arrow function. This should have the right context, and it's this one. Not sure why I did that way, but now it should work. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Okay, so it does work, but we have a side nav rendering that shouldn't. Where does that get rendered? For the home page, it might be this one. Control backslash. Is the nav state not working? No, it is. Just felt like it wasn't. Alright, so now we got this whole DX layer. Where is it? It's this one. We got this whole thing wrapped in this toggle, aside from the rest of the web page. And it probably should be no, it has to be a wrapper, right? Isn't that what we want? We want it to kind of push everything in, or do we want it to overlay? I think we wanted to push it in just so we're not losing any full screen content. And we could switch it later if it seemed to be better. But yeah, so you could have like, maybe we need an overlay that's actually full screen, and then we also want a shell that pushes the content in, so essentially the root has to be then within it. So the root should be the root. The main can be... So this main here, I think is just being created by this home page, which I haven't messed with in a long time. And we don't really need to set it up this way. I just threw some content in there. Probably should work on the home page more and clean it up just so that I can publish something that's worth looking at. So it's been the objective. So what do we got here? If I want the root to be inside here, what do we need to do? No, we don't want the root to be inside there. We want... Wait, now we need a different root? Maybe we do want the root in there. Huh. Maybe the root just kind of doesn't actually mean root, but means more like the app's root. I mean, the only time that it would really matter that much is if we have another app, but no, it's more like, so I need to create the systems and names and structures that are going to make sense, that I'm not going to like feel like, oh man, it's not going to work. You know, I need to redo this, rethink it, whatever. So part of the thing I'm thinking is that just like was using main here, and I'm accessing this as kind of almost like a global variable where it gets set in one place, and sometimes I import something and call it in another place and hope it's actually still defined. And then when I go and restructure things, I'm relying on something that's not there anymore because it's not defined in the same file and I didn't realize it. So those kind of like cross-file dependencies that are a little bit invisible should probably be avoided. And that's where, now, it's also kind of useful to like import something and then just call a method of it and know that it's going to be there because you defined it, and that's how it works. So kind of go both ways on that. But app.root, I think that's what I have set up right now. Initialize root is a method I remember defining. I think it's on the core app class. Initialize what is this? What the fuck is this? This is a different folder. Public framework core app. Alright, there's the one I was working on. That's an old version. I was like, did this get reverted somehow? Alright, so initialize root. I've changed to instantiate root because it's inside instantiate. It's like a sub function. But anyway, it sets up the body and the root. And so the root is sort of like, you know, the new root where you put everything. And it's set up as the captor, and like each page renders into it and can render layouts into it, but you know, can render content directly into it or whatever it wants to do. And it's sort of a full screen element that is sort of just like the body, only allows us to have an extra kind of container which can help for certain things. And so the root could get wrapped in some sort of wrapper. Maybe I just call it the DX. Maybe we just put the DX, no, we'd put the root inside the DX. So I'm using the root here. I'm injecting the root into the body, not up here, which is where I started doing it. But first we await the import. So after the actual page is imported, then we append it if it's exporting something like a function or something, and then this is basically the injection, where the root goes into the body. That's part of the reason why I wrapped everything up, is because you can delay the rendering. You can call all your functions to generate the entire view and do that without touching the DOM, which will cause it to like repeat repetitively and like bog down the computer. And so we build the root, and then we inject it. So that makes sense. However, if I wanted to change the structure, kind of have to perform some surgery. But I don't think it would be that big of a deal. I think right now the DX thing is not part of the app class. And this is one of these just fundamental decisions that sometimes I go back and forth on. It's like I could just edit this app class and change the structure so that the body appends this DX wrapper, which then appends the root in order to get the experience that I'm looking for. Actually, the problem with this is that if I wrap it like that, then I can't just toggle it. Fuck. Because then it's going to hide the whole page. So, what do we do? We could do some fancy like layout math or something to like compute the right size of a container that's overlaid and then resize the root to the right size, but that sounds like a pain in the butt. How could we could do a replace, but then it'd be hard to get it back. Like we could replace the dx with the root. So essentially it's like removing the dx, which has the root in it, which doesn't really matter because we're going to we're then going to put the dx, or sorry, the root where the dx was. So then it essentially just removes the dx wrapper from the DOM entirely. I don't know if that's a good idea or if display none is a better option. I mean, generally I like to touch the DOM once and not twice. If you hide the whole thing and then add something, you're going to paint twice. If you add something and then hide it afterwards, you're going to paint twice. The thing with the replace is that I think it does it all at once, so it like doesn't paint twice. I don't actually know enough about the inner workings of the browser and the paint cycles and whatever to know exactly what's going on. I could try to figure it out. There's some tools to look at it, but it's just, I don't even know if it's worth it. I guess the question is do I need this wrapper to actually physically wrap the content area, the root, so that it can have the right layout? And then if so, would a replace even work? Let me think this through. So replace dx with a root. So replace dx with root. The root is in the dx. Not sure if it would have removing, like, it's basically like it could blow up and have a problem redrawing, or I don't know. I don't, it probably wouldn't, but it's also kind of a dangerous idea of like, the HTML structure is essentially, whoops, oh my god, and I basically want to replace, oh my god, get me out of here, Shift Enter, and then in the JavaScript we want to dx.replace with root. And so essentially it's taking the dx out of the DOM and immediately switching its place with the root. And so the HTML also would be body. This would be this like toolbar layer that has header. Let's just do this. I don't need the slashies unless there's stuff in there. Well, it'd probably be header, and then do we need to do 2 rows here, or do we use grid? All right, And so the root would always have to be replaced properly into this spot here. Essentially have a footer. This isn't like, the page could have a different footer. This is just more like a admin UI type shit. Top, left, right, and bottom. And you could restructure that. There's lots of different ways to slice it. But yeah, that's it. So like the main site content would be, wait, is that right? Yeah, that's right. The main site's content would be this root, and then when you push the hotkey to hide the UI, then you only have you'd replace the DX with the root like that. And so it pulls the root, it would have to pull the root out of the DX in order to replace it and put it there. And then when you would hit the hotkey to show that UI again, that's the hard part. It'd be something like, why is that not working? There we go. You'd probably want to clone the root. Like clone root. Clone and swap root. So like, not just clone it, but actually swap it out. I think I have like that buffer method that does that, and then fake, well, so then put real root into DX. Should be something like dx.row.insert root at, I guess it'd be the first index. Put it in between the left and the right. Kind of feels bad, but not very flexible coding, like your hard quote coding or coupling the markup. Anyway, that's probably how I would do it though. And then once it's ready to go, we have a fake root that's just appeasing the user's eyeballs. And so we would say fake root dot replace with dx, which has the new root, or the real root with all the events and all that stuff. I wonder if like that whole clone thing works for like all things, like images and videos, and yeah, that could fuck up a video, huh? The video is it gonna try and reload the video? I think if you cloned a video element, it's gonna lose all the playback and all that shit. I didn't even think about that. I would guess so. And even for like images, it might not render so fast because like you're kind of just doing this for one frame, and it might be better to just pull it out. Okay, so am I going to go down this path of trying to make this work? This seems crazy, but I do kind of want it wrapped for layout purposes. It just seems way easier. I mean, having the whole website having basically 2 extra wrappers around it, well, 3. Instead of putting content right in the body, we're putting it in this deeply nested structure here. The row is because just the layout might be simpler or easier that way, and yeah, I guess I can try it. Hard coding the app to do this. It's like a very opinionated thing. This is where maybe sticking to the whole root thing might be better, just to like leave this alone and do it elsewhere. But then I'd have to name these things differently. The root would have to be the root. And do we want everything necessarily going in the root? I think having a separate layer, having the DX be more like an overlay was kind of maybe one of my first thoughts, but I think the overlay and the wrappers that kind of push the layout in kind of hug the layout and make it all shift it, reflow essentially. I think those are two different things. And frankly, you probably won't need to have like modals and full screen pop-ups and all kind. I mean, you could have all kinds of shit that's scoped to different, either the full screen or this root area, to have kind of like different context to the things that are going on, or to any little widget area. Frankly, a lot of those layout things should probably be very flexible in terms of how they work. But this is where I start to lose hope, where I get bogged down in my own complexity and my brain stops working as well, and I'm gonna go make some coffee. Fucking A. I guess I'll leave this running for a second, or should I just... I mean, it helps me think. Talking out loud definitely helps me think. I'm running a mile a minute, and I'm trying to make sense of it, but rather than look at something and just be like, meh, I don't feel like dealing with it, it gives me a little bit more juice to like, all right, let's see if we can figure this out. I'm streaming. I need to like try and make it make sense, right? So, let me think about this real quick. I think I can change the insert logic. How does the app instance here handle initialize? So this is where all the magic happens. So maybe the page does the insertion too. Like, maybe this part, instantiate page. Okay, so initialize and then we instantiate the page. So this is all the like the preload bullshit. So that probably needs to be more clear. Like loading the page is and that could, maybe loading the page should happen sooner. Well, the thing is that I'm not doing much before I load the page. Wait, no, I am. I'm initializing. I'm initializing all this shit before I load the page. If we call this instantiate page, that's an async function, without awaiting it, it just keeps going. I was thinking I need to have this root set up. Basically, this root element is set up as the captor, which before we import the page, we wanted to have that happen. Which in general it probably should. Doesn't take that long to create these few lines of code. I don't think that's going to slow things down much, but all this initialize stuff could. So we're waiting to load the actual page before we've requested all the other things. Most of these are like also pretty lightweight, and it's not necessarily a problem. I'm just wondering if should the page request, which is like a pretty big, I don't know, just hold up. It's like a main render path delay here. is we're waiting to request this until after initialize. So I think could we request the page before initialize? But also this inject thing here at the end. But this is what we're awaiting here. We could do that outside of the page thing, because this is less about the page and more about rendering. We could call this inject. Well, let's do this real quick. I'm just thinking through. Gotta make that async method. I'm just trying to think through the naming of all these and whether putting them in instantiate is the right way. Oftentimes I would do this in initialize and have sub-functions in initialize, kind of like I do here. But this is kind of more of the instance level, like implementation level. And this is more of like, so here I think we could do this, instantiate the page before, maybe after the root is set up, but before we initialize. Let's just save this and see if it breaks. Seems to work. Because I basically just don't think it matters. Well, the question is, well, what if this arrives before before the dependencies? Am I awaiting the app? I think I await export here. Await app.ready before we export. So essentially any page that's requested here will automatically wait for all the dependencies. And I think I've gone around on that a little bit in terms of where I want to put the calls to delay, basically in a way that makes it flexible and but easy and not, I mean, having to rewrite the await function all the time is not impossible, but you know, just kind of like an extra step that you could automate by putting it in the file. And I don't know, there's another reason why I was thinking awaiting. Well, I think part of it was that I've been trying to make the app do a lot less automatically, or like, I mean, it still does load all these fonts and shit, but it's maybe just not delay things as much. It does wait for the socket. Yeah, I don't know. I've gone around on this about like my whole. I did get the fonts to finally render properly. It was basically like just adding in the right delay to not render before the fonts arrived. So that's kind of an upgrade, and that seems to work properly. The fonts are over here. It has a little loader that then we await an app.ready promise. We await the loaders and the style sheets. And so again, any page that imports the app will automatically be ready. Well, that code will run after the app is ready, which means this app itself runs before then, before it's ready. It runs through this whole process. We instantiate the root, we instantiate the page, which fires off the import, which then awaits the ready state. And the await, it's kind of like a callback. It's like, okay, so this runs immediately, and then goes on to initialize, which then fires off all the requests. So like in between here and here, this is what's confusing. After page is requested, we initialize this requests all the styles, fonts, including socket and the directory. Are we waiting on the directory? I don't think we're waiting on the directory right now, which is actually maybe a problem. Hasn't become a problem yet, but now that I'm thinking about it, I think I was awaiting it. Anyway, it requests all the things, and then in the imported page, we probably import the app, which has a delayed export when it's ready. And so by this point here, where we must be ready, as long as the app is imported, yes, but not necessarily. And yeah, so this also is a little questionable. Like, do we always want to put the imported page into the root? Probably, but maybe not. Maybe the root has like a main area. Maybe we have a sub nav or whatever. So we kind of need the app to inject itself, but we also need it to inject contents. We could have a content element that is sort of like a variable that could be assigned to the root, so that then you could customize that. But getting the right flow, especially on the app level here, where you want to be able to customize it, so you need a like override point for all the little things, but you also need to do it in the right order. I'm already not feeling 100% confident that I've made the right changes here and that it's not going to backfire for whatever reason. And this injection here is like, it's kind of trying to make an override point here, but it's, yeah, so this will happen, all these things will happen synchronously before the page even loads. And so this is really just creating a callback for appending the root into the body. We could do the await outside of the inject, so that then if you were to override this, you wouldn't have to do an async and await inside. Sort of like, I think instantiate can be async, not that it really matters. Async, holy fork, and then await this.ready. We call this mount if we want to use inject for injecting the contents, but I think setting up a content, the app.content, could be equal to the root. Like, where would you change that if you wanted it? First, it would need to be set up before this is called, and I mean, it is possible that putting more of this flow logic at the top of the page is or at the top of the class, like at the beginning of the whole thing. Instead of nesting it deep within, where it's like less, just calling this function up here, it's not really clear what kind of asynchronous stuff it's doing, like what kind of synchronous stuff it's doing and asynchronous stuff it's doing. Putting it up here where it's just kind of like a little bit more clear, and we don't have to put this here. Did we fix our site here? Let's see. It seems to be working. Whoops. Okay, so wait, this should have broken that, shouldn't it? It's because I'm not using export here. I'm going to leave this as root for now because I don't have that thing set up. And I'm going to think about this whole wrapper logic. This is kind of tricky, trickier than I expected. Usually just putting the right layout on the page is fine, but once you want to like show and hide shit, you gotta you want to hide the whole wrapper without hiding the contents, you gotta move it back and forth. The thing with removing and replacing, especially if you have the right layout, like if it's not going to create layout jank where that's where you might see a flash of janky content. If you remove something and it's not fast enough and it renders that frame. For that reason, you could potentially just get a div, a placeholder div that you try and have the right layout and size and whatever applied to it, and so when you swap it with a placeholder, it's just you do two replace withs, and instead of replacing it with a full clone, which is possible to cause a bunch of its own problems, it's really just a transparent div, and so it's like it'd be two repaints, one for the transparent div and then one with the stuff again. But is that any better, swapping the root with a transparent div? Just to hold, well, for the root, I'm just thinking if you removed all the content from the body just to put it back a second later in this wrapped structure, it's going to cause the body to grow, and then, well, first it could be bigger than the window, and then you remove it and it's going to shrink, and then you put it back and it grows again. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know if I'm qualified to make these decisions. This could be not worth the effort. I really would like to get it set up though. Let's take a look at what it was going to look like. I mean, it kind of works. It's just integrating the header and potentially adding a sidebar. So I mean, on a page like the test page, which is just /test, I have that capitalized. it on there? No, it's lowercase. Interesting. Okay. I could just try and keep parity with the website and forget what else is here, but switching windows is such a pain in the butt. Site map. Some of these can just disappear. Probably would have like notes on there somewhere. But trying to think. So currently the layout or the nav thing expands and shows all the things. Okay, not a bad way to go, but well, for example, on the test page, if I wanted to just render that list, which I sort of got it to here. I kind of hacked this thing and got it to render the right list. Just so I could like click through better, but I haven't been able to click around the site accurately. Like there's always been something wrong with it, and I just keep trying different things, and it's crazy. I could just try and forget hiding the damn thing then and just leave it there. I have enough space. I could also, what would be easier than doing all this replace and like rerouting bullshit is just nest it and then hide all three instead of trying to swap it and whatever, I could just hide the header and then hide the left and the right. And so if the layout was set up correctly, it could just remain the same thing without any swapping or whatever. That's the way to do it. Okay, so how do we set this up in the code? Can we leave the root and put the DX in there and then have the page appended to a content thing? We are injecting the root into the body. Fuck, man. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is bring even these three over here. I don't like doing this because it's duplicating code, but like I just sort of need to keep my head straight. What did I do? It's because I'm using a different we need the commas. Comma. Alright. So what I need to do is to get this DX thing set up. I have this initialize DX down here, which is happening and initialize right here. This is sort of like the root thing that we're doing. We haven't injected it anywhere. So really, I think this can all stay. Well, so we set up this DX with a DX div that has breadcrumbs side nav. We just then need this dot content equals div.c content. This dot, don't forget a footer, we're not going to do that right now. And then or maybe it's just the root. How do we have... So this is kind of where having an extra div here helps. Like I'm not ready to assign this yet. I could just append it to the DX though. Alright, let's try that. Inject .dx.append this .root. Does that make sense? DX root. Alright, so now when I hide it, when I hide it, it hides everything as I expected, and that's because it's set up to do that because this toggles the whole DX. So instead we want DX dot breadcrumbs. Wait, where is the breadcrumbs? Let's just say, can we say this dot breadcrumbs? It's not the right nesting structure. I could put it on the DX, but like, fine, let's do it just to keep things cleaner. Whoops, dicks. What happened here? DX is undefined. Why? Why are you undefined? Because we're calling it before it's been set. Wonderful. So we are going to take this out and I think this is going to improperly capture if I don't do this the right way. Fuck, man. This is just one of those like really annoying order of operations that I'm trying to not make the code look terrible while hacking it together. I mean, the DX could be its own like class almost, and then it could remove some of these things. But I don't know. The breadcrumbs is sort of like the header, right? And it should probably be called header. But how do I just get a function into this container properly? Well, captured properly. Let's go back. This kind of prevents it from getting captured improperly. And then, but what we need to do is maybe pass in the DX here. That's really weird, but I think it's going to fix it. Where? Call it side nav. So I think we want this to go onto the DX2, but we're gonna have to do the same little janky pattern. Pass the DX in here so that it's really just so I can put it in the right friggin' place, which is crazy. There's got to be a better way to do that. But no, this should be side nav. Okay, so I guess we're going to forget the right nav for a second. Just try and get this working. Holy fuck. Side nav needs the DX argument to make that data available. Now, we hide. Oh lordy, what did we do? We didn't show it properly. properly, I think. So this one, no, not dx.toggle. We need to do dx.breadcrumbs.toggle and side nav. Okay, now we have our thing set up properly. We just don't have the right CSS set up properly. Ah, shite. We need side nav and root to be on the same container. This is such shite, man. Such a shite. Call it main, but like. The problem is just returning it is like letting it get captured in the wrong spot. I don't like that. Now, the way I have it set up is it's off DOM anyway, so it wouldn't trigger a repaint. It's just, so maybe it's not that big a deal. So instead of setting it up like this and passing this in, I just return. Why do I even need this here? I don't think I do. I think we just want to return this shit. And if it's captured properly, it doesn't even matter. It's just we're going to assign it to the DX over here. Just call it fucking main. I don't know. And do we put the side nav on the main? Guess we can. So then we say main dot. Guess we'll call it side nav for now equals this dot side nav. Yeah, and I was thinking I don't need the dollar signs for subsequent views, but I guess it's not a bad idea just to indicate it's the actual element. Alright, so this is a little confusing. I could call this main, I think. Because it's the same thing. It's just a handle on it. It is confusing. There's probably a better way to do it. Let's just see what this looks like. We broke the shit. So the side nav has been moved. This is why you don't restructure your shite. Main side nav. want. Dx dot main dot append this dot root. Well, let's see what that looks like. Dx, the breadcrumbs row, which is basically the header. I'm going to rename that. And the side nav and the root. And when we hide those two, it works. And this is all, if I get the right CSS on there, it'll look a little bit better. Or maybe be a little bit more obvious what's going on here. But essentially we want this dx main, and I think I'm going to put this in the Lou42 CSS. I don't think it matters where. We basically have, was it ID for dx? Yeah. Dx main display flex. Boom. And then root inside of that main root. ID root. Fine with me. Root. I think flex1 does what I want. It's kind of, I hate using that shit, but is this a card? Doesn't look like a card. Yeah, and then that should definitely be app.root so that we can target that properly, and we have the toggleable shite there, and we're going to go into our side nav and get rid of this logo bar. So I don't think our side nav needs content. Maybe I'll revert that later, but I think for now it's just keep it simple and put this directory in there. Why did that happen? I don't know. It seems to remember the state properly, but when I triggered a refresh there, it collapsed. That was weird. It's the second time that's happened. Okay, so wait, what? Flex? No. Gotta click on something. Yeah. This thing is so small. Side nav directory. Directory should have like min width, max width 500. It's definitely not hitting that. Min width 250. 200. Directory.css. So copy that here. Directory. Oh my god. Alright. And then, oh no, I fucked up. I took the, alright, I'm gonna go to my GitHub to try and find the history that I just overrode. It's this one. It's this one. It's this one. And the side nav logo bar with the click handler. And just had that and then removed it and was going to put it somewhere else, namely in these breadcrumbs. But the breadcrumbs are actually going to just be the breadcrumbs, I think. Probably makes more sense. I'll try and organize that later. But yeah, maybe it's just this header function here. Can I do, where would I put it? Might be this one. clearly need to think this through, but how about this could be like a render method actually. I don't have a render method on the app, do I? Probably should. Something like that. And then once it's ready, all the fonts and shit, then inject it. Okay, so then I still have that logo bar. Let me just do this temporarily before I lose that snippet again. And just make it not have syntax errors, and then render. So the initialize root has set up the root as the captor. It should still be, as long as something else hasn't fucked with it. So can we just say this dot header? And it gets appended to the root, but that's not what we want. This header is part of the DX thingy-majigger, right? I don't know. I might need to rethink this. I might not need an extra wrapper. Maybe I just have the header and side nav in the body so that I don't have to have this extra DX funny business. I do need extra like layers for stacking and shit, so I do kind of need a root, like an actual root. But append to this DX, I think is where we want that. Did we blow it up? App 37. We have 2 commas. I see it. Where is it? Where is it? It's the logo bar. This guy is not supposed to be there. All right. So the header is still breadcrumbs. Okay. Why? Initialize render this dot header. This dot header equals this thing, and we append to this dot dx. This dot dx main. Why? Why? Is there an app render method yet? I don't think there is. Make sure this is running even. It's not. Crazy. Did I edit the wrong app? This should be it. Oh, that's right. I can't override this because I think I'm okay with this. All right. Then the DX has the header. I don't know if I like using the header element. It's not terrible, but we do need to prepend it. And I haven't used the prepend all that much. Render. Can we do this in here? This dot header, and so it's automatically appended and even called in the right spot. We don't even need to call this up here, right? So this is all happening in the initialize, and so this initialize dx. So I guess it's fine whether it happens here or there. But yeah, I mean, having this as like the root is kind of crazy. I'm just trying to get this thing fucking working, okay? So, forget this. Maybe. The breadcrumbs need to go in the header. So we have a logo, and then, comma, breadcrumbs. This dot breadcrumbs. But then, yeah, we're gonna have a problem with these references. Also, I'm not calling breadcrumbs with this anymore, and so I think we're just gonna return the values. Whoops, return. Isn't that what I did with the other one? Yeah, the side nav. I think returning is often maybe the better thing to do. Where was it? 'Cause in the header function here, when I call it, then I actually just want to return it. Does this work now? I think I broke some references. Alright, so the logo, I think I have some CSS about the logo. Let's do a find in folder for .logo. Side nav. I think these were it. Let's see all this side nav logo bar. Whoops. What selector do we need here? Yeah, I don't really like this header thing. I think just using divs is better. It's in the framework CSS. I think I'm gonna throw this over here, go back here, go to this header, div.c header, and then low 42, something like dx header logo. I probably don't want to make this so specific. It's going to be a pain in the butt to override. What the hell? What was height 24? Made it jump out of the flow? No, it's in the flow. It's just the breadcrumbs are on a different level. How come without this? Oh, I didn't have the right background. Okay, I see. So we need to get these breadcrumbs. Don't need a background. And then the background white. I think to padding 0.25 0.5 what was the vertical align thing? I think it's this one. Align item center. Align item center. And then box shadow 0, 0, 5. This is 5. I forget what those are. RGBA. I think this is what I used to do. Didn't work. I probably fucked it up. No? No? I think it has it. It's just hidden by the other white thingy. Why can't I even see it? Can't see anything. Where is my fucking shadow? There it is. How come a transparent div hides? Hides the shadow. Ah, the root has a background on it. Well, that sucks. I don't know why it's on top. The header should be on top. Try and z-index it so that if the root doesn't have the background, does that mean the body still does? But I was going to try and move that off of the body onto the root. Although, it's not necessarily a problem. Alright, let's just get rid of framework, CSS, root, background. Alright. But why isn't it on top of the side nav? This is a problem. Alright, we need can we just do a z-index? No. Because the parent position relative. Boom. Okay. Okay, wonderful. I mean, it does look pretty good. Oops. Can't read toggle. We need to fix the references that point to the containers. So we have header breadcrumbs. We're not going to toggle the breadcrumbs. We're going to toggle the header. That's app.header, not dx.header. I don't know if that's the right idea. We're probably going to rethink that, but and the side nav was from the DX main side nav. I guess we'll just leave it because I don't feel like reconfiguring it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. That is what I was looking to do. I mean, I could add some padding, but I've already made a mess of my code, and generally I think kind of just racing to the finish line to get it looking and working the way you want, just so you've done all the basic steps and have an idea of what kind of layouts and styles and code you're working with and what needs to go where and how it's all going to flow. I think getting it working is kind of a reasonable milestone or goal. But figuring out this app class and how to extend it, clearly this is just getting messier and messier. Now, I'm kind of like just massaging it around, trying different things, seeing what works. I don't know why I didn't have a render class, especially if the app is... So the app is rendering before the page is imported. And then after the page is imported, and even, well, so we're kind of rendering the page here, but it also can kind of render itself. It's kind of two different ways to do it. And then it, yeah, sort of like render the app and then render the page. Well, render the app, kind of pre-render the app, import the page, which could render some things, then actually append it to the root here, which might need to change, but that could potentially do a little bit more. And then finally, well, so this render here happens pretty quickly after the page is requested, but should be happening before the page renders, which is probably the best way to do it, because we definitely want to wait for the whole thing to append all at once. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, I mean, it's probably a lot of different places to put these things. I don't think we want to do it like this though, because this is awaiting app.ready in two places. I think we want this one but I also think we want to then maybe move this to here. We don't need the await. Okay, that feels better. Now we just don't have two different, oh fuck you. Where is this called from? Do we get a call stack? Inject. God damn it, failed to execute event. The new child element contains the parent. Wait, what? Did somehow this get captured improperly? The root is the captor. So when we make all these things, if they don't get appended properly, this one should be captured by this one. Why didn't it have a problem with this before? It shouldn't have changed much. Well, let's turn off the line in question. I really have no idea why this is happening. What was that error again? Let's turn it back on. The new child element, which is the root, contains the parent, which is presumably this main, and it shouldn't. Let's debugger this. Boom. Alright, so first let's look at the HTML, see if that gives us any hints. No, nothing there. Potentially look at what it looks like here. Holy fuck. No way. Really? This is the whole directory, I think. Well, this is the whole site, basically. That's not hard, but fucking hell, man. Why is the main parent is the DX as it should be, and I probably set that, but why isn't the main have a parent node? Oh, it's .l. .l is what? It's not in there yet, is it? Parent node div DX. Yeah, that's right. So, what the fuck? Alright, I'm going to close this and this and reopen. Sometimes the browser just does weird fucking shit. Restarting it can help. Not gonna do it this time. Can we? Alright, so why the fuck? It does not. I'm sorry. The new child element contains the parent. It doesn't. How? This dot root undefined. How is it undefined? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. Alright, so I'm not sure why that happened. Div root, yeah. Can we look at the things children? DX. Oh, the DX is being captured by the here. Alright, so easiest way I can do this is view.set captor null, and then after we make it, then we say view.restore captor. This is just a hacky way to do it. I could probably fix it later, but I think that should solve the old problemo. Boom. Okay, wonderful. Put a note here. DX was getting captured by the root, which caused a little problemo. So, in the test page would be the place that I could imagine test page doing something like app.root.add class pad, for example. And I don't have that style set up, but just confirm that we got root with pad on it, and now we can go move 42 and down here, root pad. Adding, I don't know, let's make it big. Could be bigger. Alright. So, that was 3-hour long session. Wow. I don't even know if I feel like coffee. My brain just feels fried. I feel like, I don't know, just pretty unmotivated, drained. Definitely partly the cannabis, just partly me getting older, and probably gonna go to the gym later, even though I don't want to. Well, so what's the gist of all this? I still got a little bit of work to do on the website, clearly. It's very slow going, but it's showing some promise, and I'm kind of figuring some of these things out. And I think if I cleaned it up a bit, cleaned it up a lot, weeded out all the bullshit that hasn't really worked, clean up the stuff that has worked, document it, creating the website documentation is like part of the whole, obviously you would use the framework to create the documentation, right? So that's well, it's a challenge, and it is something that I've been trying to do. But I do like how the navigation is toggleable. So if I'm trying to like test something and want to just get rid of it, boom, gone, boom, back, full screen, boom. Well, let's say it was actually full screen. Like I'm streaming this thing and want it to look nice, and then I can, if I need to, boom, bring up my nav, hide the nav. That took way too long just to get a fucking sidebar and header, but they had to be nested properly and collapsed properly, and it became a mess. But I can clean up that app code quite a bit to make it just read better and look better. But yeah, cleaning up the logo to align a little bit better, maybe get some left padding here. Cleaning up these links to look better. I think I'd probably use like a bolder font, and definitely get rid of home. Home is the logo here. So that I think I can do that real quick. I think in my breadcrumbs, I think the AI helped me write this thing. In my breadcrumbs, it's this one. I think I can just hide this. See, I don't know why it hides there. That's crazy. It shouldn't, after a refresh, change the fucking nav state. it shouldn't, but I don't know. That's weird. It seems kind of buggy, but yeah. And then it's like, do I even need this? This is breadcrumbs is kind of almost unnecessary here. It's not until I get to like a sub page here, and none of these I think are they going to show the breadcrumbs? Yeah, so like, well, in the container is not, it should just say test here. And then all the tests should actually be listed here with the one that's active highlighted in bold. So I think I could do that. It's going to take a little bit of work, but yeah, the sub pages could go on the right side. That's going to be a whole nother thing. I'm not sure if I try and do that in this like wrapper mode or if I try and do it inside the page, but then each page is going to have to render its own side nav. But maybe that's better. Maybe it's better to just give each page control over like the majority of the area, and then this is just top down. Sort of like federal government versus state governments versus local governments or something. It's really small because I took my responsive typography rule out of there that scaled it up on a bit bigger sizes. Having this empty header is kind of weird. I mean, on the home page, you could just skip the top header and make this logo like in the sidebar, maybe make it a little bigger. That'd be kind of cool. But that would take some logic and work and fiddling with, and then it's like, I don't know, each little thing that I can do to make this better is like one small step. Well, so am I gonna go to the gym? Oh man, fucking my back's all messed up. I got some, I don't know, like rigid cartilage or something that's just kind of locked up and sends strange feelings through my spine when I pinch it a little bit. I mean, some of it's a little just achy and needs to be loosened up, but some of it kind of, I don't know, almost feels sore or worn out or whatever. I usually enjoy playing basketball. Just got way too much shit going on and not enough capacity to handle any of it. I tried to fix that orange plane there I see in the background, kind of crapped out. I got halfway through it and couldn't really get it flying again. Got my website and my code. But there's like a million other things I'd like to do with my life, and when I elevate my brain power in order to think about, you know, ideas start coming to me, and they're often about all kinds of crazy shit that I just don't have the capacity for, and it's unfortunate. I'm also, dealing with a lot of like things that are hard to talk about, and well, a big theme in my life. I mean, just at the end of this 3.5 hour stream that I know nobody's watching. It's like, I feel like I have all these important things to say that, this would be the time to say it. But at the same time, this isn't going to be watched by anyone. And so I need to like gather my thoughts, organize them, kind of in a continuous, never-ending process of doing that. I just, the stress of, using these gummies and drinking all the caffeine and forcing myself to just push through and work and work and work and like try and figure out all these difficult things. It's like each one of these problems, it like hits me as like, it's gonna be tricky. It's a little uncomfortable. Don't really feel like doing this. Got to find the right one. And then I pick something that I think I could do, and I push through it. But it's like it wears me out, and it's like 10 years of doing this, and it's just fuck. I just want to give up. I just want to stop, but I can't. I won't. And well, I should probably just stop the stream, figure out a better time, a better way, a better place. Try and use my website to facilitate my ideas so that as I'm talking about them, I mean, it is a pretty decent presentation platform, right? Oops, F11. I mean, if I can kind of fix this up where when I'm making a video, I can be talking about my stuff, could be pretty nice because it's very clean. I have full control over it. Whoops, it's interactive. I was going to do this with Figma, but trying to find the right fucking window. I was going to do this with Figma, but there's just not as much control over what you can do. Like, you can't embed YouTube videos. You can't, half the stuff you can do on the web you can't do in Figma. And so it's like a pretty decent presentation platform. You can draw things quickly, and it's got some good layout tools, but it's not the perfect software for what I'm trying to do. Well, so, it's like all day I got one little thing done on here, and it's sort of only partially better than it was before. The fact that it does work on deep pages is kind of nice. Like this test link up there. I think it was Nav had this little sub page thing where I was testing sub pages. Yeah, it needs to like activate this whole thing should swap out so that it takes just a few clicks to get wherever you go. Why the hell does this layout change? That's crazy. Must have something to do with the content on the page or the styling on the page, and I've kind of gone around in circles and just hacked things together and changed the structure, and I don't know. So let me think. I got a few minutes till the kids get home. Let me use the end of the stream to help process some shit. I made this DX wrapper. And while I need some sort of wrapper, like a root, I now have like the root inside of a root inside of a root inside of the body, which is the normal root. And so that's a lot of extra layers. Now, I do think this... you need a row, well, unless you use a grid and get complicated, which I don't know how I feel about responsive grids and trying to manage the collapse of columns using CSS grid. I've never tried to do that. I don't know if maybe it's simple, but it sounds like it could be tricky. Maybe it's easy. Maybe it's easy to do something like this without having to make an extra wrapper. I could try and talk to the AI, but this is just one of those, like, getting into the grid, I'm going to be exposed to all the grid properties, and there's a lot of funky ones about, like, magically sized columns and min-maxing or fractional, column size. I mean, it's a whole fucking system, and I'm kind of looked at it before, but I don't know if I want to look into that right now. Anyway, I think some of the extra layout is okay. The DX is sort of also so that I can have this wrapping around it, like it can push the content in using kind of standard layouts without having to do a bunch of math to like manually pad shit out or space shit out. No matter what size these header and sidebar are, the root area here will now be sized properly, and so that's good. And I do think you need... I mean, the header and the row and maybe a footer, they could be in the body. You could skip the DX. But having one, well, it's sort of like this should be the root, right? The root of all the things. I don't even know if having like just an extra root wrapper so that you can have one single, like, I don't know if that's actually necessary. It's probably not a problem to put other overlay type layers right in the body. I think that'd be fine. But does the DX thing need to be? I mean, it's kind of a weird name, and it is about like the developer controls, you know. And it's about wrapping the root in the left and right, top and bottom areas that also are set up to resize the root to a different size, which may or may not be desired. Maybe at the end of all this, I run into situations where it's like, look, I don't even want these here ever, and I just went through all this work to like build them in, and now I realize like, that's not actually what I want. That happens a lot with code, design, colors, fonts, sizes, layouts, etc., etc. A lot of these are kind of shit examples. Like I haven't really. Some of the better stuff. Whoops. Whoa. We probably just got an error. Wait, what? Now we're getting the joystick, but not the game. Well, that sucks. I'm gonna have to spend some time digging into that one. But the framework doesn't have a page. It's probably just need to reconfigure it. But for example, the draggable stuff, boom. The toggleable UI. Yeah, I mean, I think if I clean up this basic system here, basic navigation, it'll help a lot. I'll be able to create things a little bit more, I don't know, like in a more robust way. Not sure why this, is it possible? God damn it, it did it again. It changed the nav state. Is it possible that it's like we're calling somewhere? I bet that's what's happening. We're probably calling side nav or something from some pages like sitemap. Sitemap. Directory 2. Maybe not. Directory is rendering. But I don't know. I really have no idea why the nav disappears sometimes. When I click on a different page, it just disappears sometimes. That's a little jumpy, but not such a problem. Well, that didn't work. But yeah, I mean, being able to navigate up and down is definitely a thing. And then creating subpages is another thing. It's like I want to kind of be able to like use the space. So maybe it's a very similar idea as this app where we have this total window space that gets chewed up by the header and the sidebar, and maybe another sidebar or footer or whatever, however you want to divide the main space. And then it's really like, do you want rows or columns first? And that's basically like, it's the the biggest, was it really the first? Is the first element a header or a sidebar? I think there, you can go either way. It's basically like the line would be right here instead of right here. Anyway, so within the page area, you could potentially add another header and another sidebar, left or right, top or bottom. And then, continuously. Now, when it comes to the hotkey, are you going to just hide them all at once? I mean, honestly, you could. It's sort of like focus on the actual thing rather than all the contextual things. I mean, you could... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, for full screen type screens, if there's something nested deeply that's actually best viewed at full screen, then yeah, you'd probably want to be able to launch it. But for contextual things where, I think for most things, seeing most of the navigation, like a tree of level 1, level 2, and then your content, or even level 3 and then your content, I think, these side navs don't have to be that wide, and I got plenty of screen space. Managing column widths and that flow of content. Again, I think I've thought that there's a lot of different ways you could try and create like column managers or whatever, but I think maybe one of the easier ways is each area is just managed by the imported thing, and it just does what it does, and you set them all up in a way where they kind of have a cohesive feel to them. But that does, at least with these directories, it means there needs to be some coordination where the top level directory needs to know which items to render. So how was I doing that in Figma? I had topic, the main topics. Is this the test page? Would this be test? I don't know, maybe. But it doesn't really need this. Well, so this would be, would this say test? Oops. Could be bigger, I don't know. I don't know why that was breaking like that, but anyway, it's quite redundant. You got test all over the place, but maybe that's not terrible. Where are the other ones at? Holy fuck. Create a lot of things sometimes. Topic, self. Yeah, so here, I don't know if that topic needs to be there until you get into it. I think that was kind of part of the thing, is that you wouldn't have that. And then this wouldn't be topic/self. In fact, well, I guess it is topic. This is the topic page, and then you would have, well, you'd have something more like this. That's the topic. And then within the topic, yeah, these sub would be here, sub. Yeah, so this would be the topics with this currently selected topic. You could make that kind of an active state if it were laid out properly. And then when you click on one of the subs, then the layout or the navigation shifts and the breadcrumbs shifts. So this is now the parent. Here are the children, including the active one. And then here are the subs. So that's yeah, I mean, that's basically what I have set up so far. I could fix the styling a little bit more. Alright, let's play with it. I guess every little win. Where does the logo styling? This is in Lou 42, CSS. So I kind of feel like this shouldn't have a height, or I don't know, could have padding instead, or what is the logo? Is it just it's an image? It could be wrapped in a div for extra framing purposes. I think images by default are not blocks, which may or may not affect this flex layout. Man, web layouts are a pain in the butt. That's for damn sure. Alright, let's wrap the logo in a... Yeah, see, I don't have the best CSS strategy. It's like, wherever this logo goes, I shouldn't have to restyle this a bunch of times. So, I mean, maybe the styling I should put on it isn't this whole qualified thing, but just the logo. Then I risk running it into other logo areas. But I guess until it becomes a problem, why not? But what we wanted to do is wrap the logo, which is part of the header, in a div. Alright, div. The logo class will automatically get added, and then logo dash whoa, bro. Alright, so why doesn't the image listen to its container size? It's clearly in a smaller container. So we don't want padding on the header, I don't think. And then we might want padding here. Not sure if that does anything, kind of. But it's the logo image. I think it was something like this. Why is that so lopsided, that image? Don't know. It could be bigger, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's kind of lined up with that. And then these guys, the crumbs, should probably have much, much less. And are the crumbs links? They have links, and so the link needs to be bigger. So I think we say crumb a display block under text decoration none. Get get rid of the underline. Color var BG. Font weight bold. I don't know what that does. Okay, fine with me. And then from a wait, so we don't want the padding on the crumb itself. We want it on the anchor. I was gonna say hover background. I think something like that should work for now. Whoa, bro, it doesn't. Why not? Guess we have a space that shouldn't be there. There it goes. But okay, so still we have some strange padding from the header, and I don't know why. Okay, so the height here needs to be adjusted top and bottom, left and right. Well, I think it's mostly just that they're roughly the same height. I don't think they have to be the same height. It's just if you want this visually to be the same. Isn't there a way to do that? Isn't there a way to... Is there a stretch for this? But then we need to center this. I guess we can do that. Breadcrumbs is flex, so then we just say align item center, I think. We could even stretch those, right? Breadcrumbs, align items center, but it's the header that's align items stretch. Header stretch. Does that work? Header, align items, stretch. Why didn't it work though? Wait, it did. 40 and 40. And then I think if the logo gets bigger, then the breadcrumbs also gets bigger, and the crumb test that, but the crumb should then also get bigger. Breadcrumbs, line item stretch. And then the crumb can also be, well, so here's the thing. We want the anchor, can we do height 100%? I don't know if inside a stretch, if that'll work. Let's see if it works. Height, this is where I don't know if you can count on these things like cross browser and shit. It does look like it's working here. If we get rid of padding, does it still go 100? Okay, but how do we then center that? How do we center? Is there a text align? Text vertical align? Align items would only work if it's flex. Can we do that? I don't think that works. Wait, what? What the fuck? If you put display flex on a anchor, it aligns the text to center. I mean, that's exactly what I want. I need some padding. Probably some more. In fact, the hover should be, or the logo should have the same. So let's really the logo element should have the click event and the hover state. I should probably have less right padding, like 0.5. Whoops. Well, this would be 1, and this would be 0.5, I think, right? Yeah, that looks a little better. Snug it up. And then copy that, line 47, and then let's logo, hover, background, something like that. Oh, all this stuff I gotta fix. Breadcrumb A is display flex. Align items center, believe it or not. There's something going on with the drop shadow in the corner there. I think it's because it's not centered, and it should be 0. Alright, which is the X offset would be 0. So we need to change this on 45 to 0 so that it's a little bit more centered. Okay, and then wasn't it the crumb that what is not being do we have to display flex here? Will automatically stretch it, I think. Alright, that's it. But it's a little cramped. I think we're gonna boost this one by top right, bottom left. And then this one would have to be boosted a little bit. I think they should be the same. Oops. Let's reload, and I think just on the sitemap we do one of these. That looks balanced. I mean, it could be more, but I tend to like more horizontal padding, but I think that's too much because then it just looks like it's too far away. Maybe bring that down to like 0. Maybe try 0.75. Yeah, that's not bad actually. This one definitely looks a little lopsided, but maybe we even that one out. So that they're balanced. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's kind of spread out there. It's a lot of space. Maybe we go with 0.6 on line 47. 0.6, and what else is the, I think it was this one. Can we go all the way around there? We change this one to 0.6. There we go. Alright, 0.6 it is. Alright, so am I still streaming? It says I'm streaming, but the light's not on. That's kind of weird. Maybe that's only for recording. I thought this red light was on when you're streaming. Let's check the thing here. I think it's yeah, that's working. Okay, so where'd my website go? Where was I fucking working, man? Was it in this one? Maybe it was this? Yeah, I think it was. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. And it should where is this web one? Web page. We want to rename this to just page. And reload. And this should have content. Why is this not being... Well, I never imported the app here. Maybe that's part of it. Say from /app. Does that change it? No. Why isn't this getting captured properly? Oh, because I initialized the body, and I don't need to do neither of these, nor need this. Now that should work. Okay, great. HTML. Kind of a delay there. I don't know why that kind of lagged in a laggy way, but boom. I like it. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks that you have to decide to have both the header and the sidebar open or neither. Should I, by default, put padding on the content area just for like, so it looks better by default? Oh, kids are home. Alright, I'm gonna stop talking to myself.